What up, fam? Bears are taking over the stock market. Oh no, Jimmy down. Oh no, Jimmy down. I told you guys, Jimmy down. Now Jimmy falls down, 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 down. 2350's where I told you about him out. Yeah, 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 you already know. AMC 145, let's go. We're still holding the line on Amy. We're still holding the line. We got interest rate decisions today, guys. Oh, yeah, Fed interest rate decisions. I gotta put that in the title. Fed rate cut and tech earnings. We're bearish as expected, though. I told you guys bearish. I could be wrong, but I think today's gonna be bearish. And it looks like SPY is tracking. Wowzers. How does the bull know? How does the bull know where stocks are gonna go? Fed rate choice today. Fed rate choice. Tech earnings. Market heat map. I want to see what silver's looking like. 115. Holy smoke. So that means HYMC went up. HYMC should be a little bit higher than that. Oh, the VIX is up 4%. VIX is up 4%. That is very bearish for markets. Very, very bearish. If SPY loses 695.01, we absolutely tank. I repeat, if SPY loses 695.01, we absolutely tank. SPY pulling back as expected. Yeah, no. And let's see what current events are happening as well. We also have the Fed meeting coming up. CNN admits bombshell proof. Okay, this is like right-wing stuff. I don't want to watch that. Mobs march on Minneapolis. Tim Walz trapped. Trump Marines end invasion. We're going to check that out. And then we're going to watch the Fed interest rate. The Fed is going to be having a meeting. We'll probably record that and post it like normal. You already know how we do. Multiple videos a day. We're just the hardest working YouTubers ever.
Al's made it.
All Adam Aaron had to do was not sell. Call of Duty Chris, COD Chris. Bro, if you like Call of Duty, I have a gaming channel. And if you guys want to help me out, go to DataZero Gaming. And subscribe right now. I need everyone to help me out, man. We have 252 subscribers, 60 videos. We got Call of Duty. Oh, yeah, we almost get 150 views on this bad boy. So this is DataZero Gaming. Subscribe to help me out. Dude, all Adam Aaron had to do was not sell HYMC. It'd literally be worth $1 billion. His position would be worth $1 billion. And he's talking about 72 million.
In Minneapolis, especially because there's now Hennepin County Sheriff's vehicles that are blocking the road where we saw those clashes between officers and protesters.
So after 2 months, we're finally seeing a local law enforcement blitz in Minnesota, but the question is, why is this happening now? After all, Governor Walz and
look how he's behind his mansion. He's behind. Look, this shows you how much of a pleb these people are. Okay. These guys are out here rioting and looting and stuff like that, right? While he's behind the fence of a mansion, okay? He won't even come out from behind the fence. And he's like, yeah, go riot, go fight. And he's just sitting cushy inside of his mansion. Do not be cannon fodder for the Democrat Party.
And Representative Omar have been riling up their mobs for weeks.
He won't even come out from behind the fence of the mansion, but he's telling you to go out there and get shot and fight federal agents.
Who are removing the dangerous fugitives these rioters think help their city somehow, revealing that these sanctuary leaders are now trapped and have
but you should go out in negative 30-degree weather and get shot at.
Yeah. What's happening right now is that the organizers of this rally, who are in the middle of that scrum right there, they're being forced out of the City Hall area, drowned out by hundreds of people who are anti this ICE deployment in the city. The message to these organizers, get out.
There are hundreds of people here with their signs, report suspicious captivity. Remember, this is all coming as the DHS says that this is the largest immigration crackdown in the history of America.
He's gonna do what he's gonna do regardless, and like there's a part of me that wasn't gonna come out today because I was gonna listen to our governor, but the governor and Mayor Jacob Fry have proven that like they're not for the people, and like I can't just sit at home.
They're not in reality. They're in some total fantasy universe. They don't understand that the majority of their fellow Americans, voted to implement the policies that ICE is implementing. It's undemocratic to halt the implementation of those policies, which is what is happening.
But the professional politicians, Omar, Walls, they're making this sound like the Civil War. They're making it sound like Germany.
So this is who these rioters are out there protecting. People like this dangerous individual who wasn't making Minnesota safer or stronger. Absolutely not. But nobody's talking about how things were not supposed to turn out this way in Minnesota at all, because by now, the rioters and their politicians who were cheering them on, they were supposed to have been victorious over the federal government. Because unlike recent unrest in Chicago or in LA, the open borders crowd thought they could finally prove ICE and the FBI had an agenda in Minnesota, framing their entire operations here as an attack on the innocent, but that didn't work because the immigration and fraud scandals here, well, they just keep getting worse. And normal Americans who are watching this stuff don't like learning that sanctuary politicians are teaming up with criminals of all kinds to defraud our country every way imaginable. Yes, that's right, because with every box of evidence removed from a fake daycare center, the rest of the country grows more and more outraged as journalists discover even more fraud, like bogus transportation companies who get paid to deliver the non-existent children and patients to various daycares and hospitals, which are, as expected, empty as a church on Saturday. Speaking of which, the local insurrection mobs have decided to start going after regular people when they're on the streets or in church, exposing what this movement is really all about. Which brings us to the real reason we're now seeing local law enforcement take an active role in maintaining law and order here. The leaders of this sanctuary are now under the impression, rightfully so, that their foot soldiers are way out of control and need to be reeled in quick. And they're trying to rein them in, but it's just not working because these same leaders have been stoking the righteous anger of the brainwashed who support every country on the planet except the one they live in, which is America. And these leaders have demonized every law enforcement officer in the state, revealing that the true reason these mobs are so out of control boils down to the same old formula: hatred of our country, hatred of our values, and hatred of those who wear a badge and are paid to...
Guys, SPY looks like it's going to get a little bit of a bounce, but I'm telling you guys, overall, I think it's pretty bearish. Jimmy Kimmel is promoting ridiculousness. Lefties through left America living get lawsuits with criminal legal immigrants. Bro, I'm not left or right, but my thing is, dude, if you just look at the facts, If you look at the facts, all right? Hold on, let me make sure I have this right. If you look, Obama deported way more people than Trump. Throughout 8 years in office, Obama administration logged more than, did Obama deport more people than Trump? Throughout 8 years in office, Obama administration logged more than 3.1 million ICE deportations. So Obama deported way more people than Trump. But that's why I'm saying all these people are brainwashed. They just they either just hate Trump or they listen to the news and believe whatever the news says. Because Obama deported way more people, dude. And that's all you have to look at. Obama deported way more people. Where was the outrage? Where was it then? That's why I don't get involved in this left-right crap, because it's all BS. People forget 4 years ago. They forget 8 years ago. 10 years ago. They forget what just happened. But I will tell you guys on a lighter note, the game Perfect Dark predicted Obama, okay? This game predicted Obama. If you look at the Perfect Dark president, he's a black man. And this game was made in the year 2000. it takes place in the year 2023. Look who the president is for Perfect Dark. It's Obama. And it sounds just like him. It sounds just like him, dude. So in other news, Obama was predicted by Perfect Dark. Yeah, Spy bearish, guys. Spy is bearish.
So in this video, you have software engineers who were eating lunch at a restaurant. And for some reason, the owner of that restaurant allegedly responded to some ICE tracking app that these radical groups have. And they came to the restaurant and went after the people eating there, accusing them of being part of some federal government operation.
Why would the owner do that? Why would the owner bring chaos to his own restaurant? What an idiot.
Which is ridiculous without any evidence. But if you think a bunch of radicals screaming at people trying to have lunch is bad, the members of these mobs.
And they're calling, and the crazy thing is, these people are so brainwashed, they're calling these people Nazis when they're literally acting like brown shirts. They're outside just riding around fighting people, and they don't even know who's ICE and who's not. They're just fighting whoever they're pointed at. They're literally like just idiots that you can point at something and be like, hey, that's ICE, and they'll go attack them. Very useful idiots.
Cannot keep quiet about their hatred of our country and of law enforcement, even when they're
on
at
HYMC. Let's check it.
This move should have been to go like this.
We're gonna check it right now. You said an inverse or a head and shoulders. Let's see what we got here. Brother, this might be a double top forming on HYMC. Top 1, top 2. HYMC is topping. I'm telling you right now. The only thing that can save HYMC is silver going higher. Yeah, so HYMC might be topping, bro. So might GameStop. Unfortunately, we're pulling back a little bit. GameStop and HYMC are pulling back. I just posted in the Discord.
He was really afraid. Your job as a police officer is to de-escalate.
A split second.
No,
Yes.
Yeah, Spy is very bearish, guys. Spy's going to be coming down for the gap fill at 693.59.
Right now. You're arguing.
because watch the video. He was not in danger.
Oh, this teacher's out of control.
Just because you're yelling doesn't mean you're winning.
So here we have a sanctuary teacher yelling at her students about law enforcement tactics as if she's some sort of expert in police and what they're supposed to do and what it's like to be a police officer and put your life on the line for the country. What does this even have to do with school? These kids aren't learning anything, except for the fact that their teacher doesn't think immigration enforcement has a real purpose.
People, vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that war? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people?
That's who they're finding. That's why ICE is there. ICE is not in Minnesota to do any of the things that the radicals believe that they're there to do. They're not there to talk to American citizens. You know, if you find yourself in the back of an ICE police car and you're not in the country illegally, you had to do something special to get there. You had to combat them. You had to go after them. You had to insert yourself in a targeted immigration enforcement operation that had absolutely nothing to do with you to wind up on their radar. This is happening because the radicals running this place
Why would you interject yourself in a federal operation?
Attacking people on the streets, and causing all kinds of mayhem.
We already have
just to
85
send
people
some
in the
sort of
building.
anti-ICE message, which is a problem because the socialists of America wonder how they're going to take back the country during the 2026 midterm elections, which is what they really want to do. And now they're trying to tell the mobs. They're saying, hey guys, chill out. Knock it off for a little bit. You know, we've got to appear normal. We've got to appear like we too like law and order, but it's
This
not
could be a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders, but it would only take you up to like
actually aren't doing enough.
50,
not enough
55,
to stoke
54,
tensions.
50.
He's gonna do what he's gonna do regardless. And like, there was a part of me that wasn't gonna come out today because I was gonna listen to our governor. But the governor and Mayor Jacob Fry have proven that like they're not for the people. And like, I can't just sit at home.
This is
She
an
must be a Trump
incredible
lover.
statement, and I
just kidding.
totally believe her, because this entire time she's been told by her governor and her mayor that, you know what, you're saving America by taking to the streets. You're saving America by following federal agents around with your cell phone and impeding their ability to arrest people. You're saving America by warning illegal immigrants who are in America without permission that they may soon get arrested and that it is time to flee the area where you've spotted ICE. That's what these people have been told. And now to have the mayor and the governor send local police out there, I mean, this is a disaster, as we saw just a few weeks ago when the mobs were ransacking downtown Minneapolis. Their police showed up. They tried to do something about this, and you know what? They were chased out. The mob doesn't want to hear from their own sanctuary police.
Guys, thank you
that
for
it's time to chill out because they pay taxes and they think these
16,715
sanctuary
subscribers. I
police are there
repeat,
to defend them. They should be throwing
16,715
themselves at the
subscribers.
federal
Thank
government.
you.
That's what these people really believe. And now to hear their governor say, hey, guys, we should chill out a little bit. Don't take the bait. Don't give Trump what he needs to send in the troops to do the Insurrection Act. I mean, they feel betrayed.
Yeah, GameStop's bearish,
and that's
unfortunately,
the problem
dude.
with mob rule. The mob will rule you, not the other way around.
Served on the China Commission in Congress. Ironically enough, as co-chair with
Look at
Marco
Tim
Rubio,
Walz hiding in the governor's mansion
Chinese political prisoners, and we would ask them
with a
when we
megaphone.
speak up and call out your government, is it bad? And they said, well, in the short run, it's
Look at Tim Walz.
Yeah, you're listening. This is what I said. This is my point. You're listening to this guy. He won't even come out from behind the fence of his mansion. And he's like, yeah. This should tell you everything you need to know, dude. He's like, yeah, go out there and fight.
Great. And that's the problem with mob rule. The mob will rule you, not the other way around.
served on the China Commission in Congress. Ironically enough, as co-chair with
Look
Marco
at Tim
Rubio,
Walz hiding in the governor's
Yeah,
mansion
go out there and
Chinese
fight.
political prisoners, and we would ask them
with a
when we
megaphone.
speak up and call out your government, is it bad? And they said, well, in the short run, it's bad because they. But if you don't
So
speak
stupid,
up,
dude.
they will us and forget about us. And
Guys,
the
spies
idea is
coming
right
down to
now is
693.59.
Wow.
693.59.
So he's still rallying
you
the
are
mobs.
doing everything, and our neighbors are doing everything. And I can't stress enough on this. We're winning it because we're doing it with Minnesota grit, Minnesota humor, Minnesota decency.
So as Tim Walz hides behind a fence to protect himself from his own mob so they don't get too close,
We don't wanna see
he's
AMC
still
lose
fueling the fire in
145.
some way. Half of what he's
If AMC loses 145, it will be a disaster. But right now, AMC is fighting and holding the line.
tweet that we heard from earlier that want him to come out and do enough in her mind. Now, this is totally
Everything's going to be pretty bearish until FOMC, but I think after FOMC is going to be even more bearish. And I also have you guys voting, and most people say that it will remain the same 3.75 BPS points is what most people are saying, and that's what the market's expecting as well. So if we get anything higher than that, that would be bearish. Anything lower than that would be bullish. If we get 3.75, I think that would be slightly bearish in my personal opinion, based off the technicals that I'm seeing here. I just think overall the market's due for a correction, and it can't be stopped. The only way it could be stopped if they lower rates right now.
Oh, yeah.
Greatly outnumbered
Sonny
a
GG,
small
what up?
pro-ICE rally organized by a conservative influencer, the scene quickly spilling out of
This is
control.
crazy.
So what's happening right now is that the organizers of this rally who are in the middle of that scrum right there, they're being forced out of the City Hall area, drowned out by hundreds of people who are anti this ICE deployment in the city. The message to these organizers, get out.
Yeah, I mean, look at these
is
people.
ridiculous.
These people, they are radical. These rioters, they really do not like law enforcement at all. They're militant, they're angry, and if you're a sanctuary leader and you see this going on, I mean, this looks like the place has fallen to mob rule. That's exactly what we're seeing on the streets here, and you've got to be really careful, because the last thing these politicians want is for Trump and the troops to come in here and take over completely, because if the Insurrection Act happens, you know what that means? That means Governor Walz, his authority is suspended. That means he will no longer have the authority to work behind the scenes, to thwart law enforcement, to thwart investigations, to cover things up. And his local police won't be out there to do enough policing to make sure that, you know, nothing really crazy happens, but not enough policing to stop the radicals from getting in the faces of federal agents, following them around, or creating a public safety.
So that's another thing. You have people on the right saying, oh, we need the Insurrection Act. We need the Insurrection Act. Bro, you do not want to give the federal government the power to go around with guns and hurting U.S. citizens. All right? This is a lose-lose situation. I don't think people understand. This is a lose-lose situation for us. We lose rights, the government gains power. And they have us fighting each other. This is why you must rise above all of this, not be a sheep, and do not classify yourself left or right. Classify yourself as human being. God above all. Because the only thing the government is doing is taking power away from us and giving power to themselves, enriching themselves while we destroy each other. The only way we move forward is together, bro. And they're trying to rip us apart. And I just see too much chaos. I have to use my platform. I have to let people know, because I see too much chaos. I see too many people getting caught up in it. And I just need the DZ fam to stay level-headed and always think critically.
Nightmare in Minnesota. So they
Stay
really want to
level-headed,
make
guys.
sure
Do not get
that they
caught
get as
up in
close to
this.
the line as they can without stepping over it, because if they do, there's really no going back.
The Minnesota
It's a
National Guard
lose-lose
now
for the
stands
people.
standing
Look at
by,
this.
but not yet deployed to city streets.
Crypto's
terrible.
bullish.
Who had threatened to use the Insurrection
they
Act
just
to
move
send
money
in
around
federal
and then
troops,
sit on it,
now
right?
walking that back.
Crypto, there's a lot of movement
I
around.
don't think there's any reason right now to use it, but if I needed it, I'd use it. It's very powerful.
Oh.
A federal judge in Minnesota also temporarily barred.
Oh. So before we get to what judges are recently doing, the president, he's got a lot of authority here. People want to see him use it. People want to see the Marines go in here. I think that if that doesn't happen, the American people are going to wonder if the mobs are still in charge. Because remember, everything that's happening here is something that a majority of Americans voted for. A majority of Americans voted for a secure border. A majority of Americans voted in the last presidential election to have
Not
law and
political
order make
advice,
a comeback
exactly.
in this country.
My
And here
dude,
we're
thank you
watching on
for
the
adding
TV
that.
our law enforcement officers who put on a badge and get up every day and deliberately put themselves in harm's way get attacked. We're watching that. We're sick of it. People want to see something done about this. But wait till you hear what the judges are up to.
A federal judge in Minnesota also temporarily barring ICE officers from arresting or detaining peaceful protesters, quote, in retaliation for their protected conduct.
Okay, that's never happened. That's the other thing that you have to realize here, is that peaceful protesters have never been arrested by ICE for being peaceful. Now, if you're going to get in the face of federal agents with your cell phone, you're going to put your hands on them, you are no longer a peaceful protester. You may not have attacked them with a foreign object, but you're no longer peaceful. You're hostile. You're touching a federal officer. You're impeding arrest. You're breaking the law. And that's how people wind themselves up in the back of an ICE vehicle. They are deliberately uncooperative. They are deliberately agitating with the federal government. They are not dispersing. They are instigating the conflict so that it can then get filmed, and so that
You're
some
allowed to
judge can
record
say,
the
oh
police.
yeah,
I don't
ICE
care.
is totally out of control. And you know what? When the radicals hear this, that a judge just banned ICE from doing something, even though ICE
You're
is
allowed
not
to record
engaging
the
in that
police.
activity, this is a totally political ruling. Because this ruling tells the mobs and all of the rioters out there that, hey, look, The judges are on your side. You guys are on the side of righteousness. It's the president who's illegal. You see, this foments in the minds of these people and just continually pushes them over the edge, which is actually bad news if you're Governor Walz and you're the one trying to rein these people in from behind your fence while keeping them out there. You see, he's lost control of the situation.
The order also prohibits federal agents from stopping drivers or other observers of law enforcement. Federal officials have said they only deploy those methods when protests aren't peaceful.
Right.
But the scrutiny spreading to Minnesota politicians, too.
That will never happen in Florida. If you surround a car in Florida, if you surround a car in Florida, you're getting blasted. Never will happen in Florida. Do not try to impede traffic in Florida, because I'm telling you right now, if you try to go out on Dale Mayberry, Hillsborough, one of these major roads, and try to impede traffic, I'm telling you right now, you're going to get ran over. And not even because somebody is mad, it's just because people down here can't drive. I would not stand in the middle of the road in Florida. That's just asking to die.
Fry and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz are now also under federal
As they
investigation
should be.
for allegedly obstructing law enforcement activities in the state. Fry responding on social media, calling it an obvious attempt to intimidate me for standing up for Minneapolis against the chaos and danger this administration has brought to our streets.
Okay, so he's admitting basically that he's taken actions to stand up for Minneapolis again.
Hey guys, we have an interview from Charles Payne. Fox interview, man. Make sure you guys check it out if you missed it. Fox interview, Charles Payne. We did I think 700, 800 views on this bad boy. Make sure you guys check it out if you missed it. And thank you guys for the new X followers, 2,254 X followers. Truly appreciate it. You guys are supporting me crazy lately. You guys have been going crazy on the supers, crazy on the gifteds, crazy on the likes, crazy on the subs. And I just want to say, as always, family, thank you, man, for real. Because it's just keeping me motivated. It keeps me moving forward. It keeps me going, and it keeps me growing, ladies and gentlemen. And the DZ fam is growing rapidly. Quick update on what is going on right now. We have about an hour, 20 minutes until Fed rate decision and then Fed press conference. It's going to be happening at 2 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You're going to have to check what time that is for you, depending on where you are. On the East Coast, it is going to be 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m. Again, Fed interest rate at 2 p.m. and then Fed interest rate press conference at 2:30. We'll most likely be recording that if you do miss it, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, overall markets are red. VIX is elevated. Crypto is slightly green right now as it is consolidating in the overall range that it has been for quite some time. We are also starting to see, again, the overall market start to pull back. If you just go ahead and pull up a market heat map, you guys can see a majority of the market is red. Right now, NVIDIA kind of holding up everything right now. Semiconductors trying to hold up everything right now. If NVIDIA was pulling back, it would be even more of a bloodbath right now. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to see AMC lose the key level of 144. If we lose this level, we're going to come straight down to 140/135. So just be aware of that. I do think we are able to hold this level, but manipulation is heavy today. As you guys can see, if you go ahead and just pop on, they have 1.2 million short shares for AMC. Cost to borrow is rising, and it's funny how cost to borrow is rising right before they are about to dump shares, because this always happens. Liquidity always dries up. We're about to get a short squeeze, and then what does Adam Aaron do? He allows them to sell shares, which gives the short sellers liquidity and allows them to kick the can down the road, making this an indefinite play. While Ryan Cohen is trying to literally squeeze the shorts with a slow but painful process of making the company profitable, making it $100 billion market cap, sitting on $9 billion in cash, and having 5 consecutive profitable quarters over quarter, ladies and gentlemen, proving to the shorts that GameStop is actually a fundamental play. And we're starting to see the shift in the overall environment for GameStop, as GameStop is no longer looked at as a meme stock, but is looked at as a viable investment to multiple investors, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why you need to check out the video that I posted yesterday showing you guys more information, right, on how this is happening. We told you guys that People are starting to take GameStop seriously. We dropped 800 views on this bad boy, man. Check out that interview if you guys missed it. Smart money, large money, smart money is all buying in to GME. You do not want to miss out on what's coming, ladies and gentlemen. And again, this could cause some decoupling from AMC and GME. I hate to say it. I hold AMC, I hold GME, I got both. But AMC could literally start decoupling from GME if the fundamentals for GME just keep improving and GME becomes more and more of a regular investment instead of a meme stock.
Again, you got to do something special if you want to get detained by ICE, and this is special.
No, Tom, I want to go straight to this social media post from someone named Kathy Young, who said that ICE is actually, while the stats don't tell the whole story, there are videos of ICE agents aggressively questioning people based on a foreign accent, demanding ID proof of citizenship, sometimes using physical force, twisting of arms when people refuse. This is sort of the story of ICE doing something horrific.
Look, every single time you see some 15-second video of an officer making an arrest of somebody who is in civilian clothes, every single time you see a video like that, you are always missing the surrounding context. And you've got people out there who already believe, because of what their leaders have told them, that President Trump is the worst thing to ever happen to America. You've already got people who believe.
And do you hear what word he used? Leaders. Their leaders have told them, guys, as a man, you should be your own leader. As a man, you should be your own leader. There could be other people that you look up to, but when it comes down to it, who makes your decisions, it should be you. Good morning, Goblin. Yeah, SPY looking pretty bearish, guys. SPY looking pretty bearish. Easy literally called the bottom 143. I know, brother. We talked about it literally like, how long ago did I talk about 143 for AMC? It was as soon as it was before we got the yes vote. I tried to warn all yes voters, and they called me a shill. They literally called me a shill for trying to help them. Let me see if I can find it. This is what AMC stock price would be at its current valuation if we had a 1.1 billion float. 143. October 8th. I called out 143. Yet I'm a shill for telling people the truth. All these idiots have to live with that. That I literally told them it would go straight down to 143 if we got the yes vote, and that's exactly what happened. I said 143, 2026. I voted no to AMC dilution. 1.1 billion shares is outrageous. The amount of share dumping is unheard of and completely out of control. Fire Adam Aaron and vote no. 23,000 views. Idiots like this. And now they all have to list. They all have shill. Call me shill. Now all of these people. All these people. DataZero doesn't care about AMC or his investment. I literally have shares and I told you so. Now look. Now look. Now look. Bitcoin up 1% on the day right now. Bitcoin up 1% on the day. Love to see it. I warned everyone. GameStop has major support at 23.50. I warned everyone, dude.
Try hard, go hard.
GameStop major support 23.50. We have 92 in the building. That's what I love to see. Yo, let's not forget GameStop has a crap ton of freaking cash too. Guys, if you want to support for free, just like and subscribe, like and subscribe.
14, you got another one.
Yo, Jerome Powell has some big ass ears. Carvana.
Yo, 14, you got another one.
All right, we want to see GameStop hold 2350. Black, what up? Carvana's dumping. Mike, what's good with you, brother? Can my coffee be a write-off for a business expense? If you serve. Well, I need the coffee to function. If I can't function, then I can't run my business. It's kind of funny when people say I don't know anything about running a business when I'm self-employed and I literally run a business. So stupid. Some people in the comments, they'll be like, you don't know anything about running a business, so how can you tell Adam Aaron what to do? Well, first of all, you don't need to be a business owner to understand what Adam Aaron is doing is wrong, like simply selling HYMC. So stop gargling his And then second of all, I literally do run a business. I'm self-employed. I employ myself. I am a business. I have to do taxes. I have to have a balance sheet. I have to have a budget. I have total assets under management. I have cash. I literally am a business. LLC. That's why I be like, yo, people be so stupid. They don't even know what they talking about, dude. We're gonna see if we can find some new beats. We're gonna try to find a couple new beats, man. We're gonna try to find a couple new beats for this. Yeah, Spy looking bearish, guys. Spy gonna be coming down. That's 693.59. $693.59. Spy gonna be coming down, down, down. What? Come on, bro. $693.59. Oh, this beat's fire. We're downloading it. We downloading that joint. Yeah, we downloading that joint. Hopefully GameStop posts 2350 rate cuts coming up in 1 hour. Come on. Well, apparently I'm not allowed to have this beat. Full box? 200? YouTube, and then we want to click this, and then we want to click this and see if we got some fire. Let's see if we get some heat. See if we got some heat for y'all, some new beats for y'all. Today is pretty boring until the rate cuts. I'm going to tell you guys that now. So I appreciate anybody watching right now. We have 102 in the building. Guys, if you want to support for absolutely free, like and subscribe. We have 102 in the building. 102 in the building. All I do is turn up. All I do is burn up. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this beat is sick. Yeah, this beat is sick. This beat is sick. This beat is sick. I'm downloading it. Hey, hey, hey. Turn up and then. This beat is sick. I love new beats, bro. I love music. I just feel it in my veins. I feel it in my vibes. We got another one. Let me know. Smash or pass on this beat. Smash or pass. Do you think we're going to 110 on AMC? That just makes us bag holders. Bro, we been bag holders, brother. We been bag holders. It's all right, brother. That's why you never put all your eggs in one basket. Never put all your eggs in one basket, dude. I don't think AMC's going down to, how do you get into this trading, etc. I'm new to this. Bro, the only thing I can tell you is just lots of studying. But if you have $500 extra to spare, I have a whole class that will teach you from start to finish. Last person who took my class made bank. This is the last person who took my class, Chris. He made this $429. The class is $499.99. $309, and he made this. And this is just what he told me. He probably made more already. You get all 10 lessons. You get all 10 lessons of my DataZero trading class, all 10 lessons. You get access to all 10 lessons via YouTube. It's on a YouTube playlist that only I can see. Or people I give access, I can see. You get access to all 10 lessons. This is my trading class. You get access to all 10 lessons, and then any additional lessons that I come out with, you get access to those as well. And then you also get access to the trading class Discord. So if you want to get involved, you know, maybe just watch the stream, watch for free, pick up some tips here and there. But if you really want to dive in, we have a Discord and a trading class. HYMC needs to hold the line. Yeah, PAL speech today. Should be able to. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, this should go hard. These beats is crazy. GameStop holding 2350. GameStop holding 2350. This beat's called I'm the Problem. Sick. Hey. Woo. 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 This joint is sick. I don't even care, bro. Experimental rage trap. What does that mean? Experimental rage trap. What is rage trap? This beat is ill. I wanna see the truth. I wanna see the truth. Go crazy. I don't wanna see the truth. Everything that means you. This is rage trap, y'all. I never heard of it. I think I'm rocking with it though. It's like rock and roll mixed with trap music. Guys, I'm kind of feeling this. Yee! Yee! GameStop holding the line. GameStop holding the line. Guys, it's going to be boring until 2:30 or 2 o'clock. Shout out to anybody watching right now, though. Shout out to anybody watching. We got 95 in the building. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Can't wait to quit my 9 to 5. You're exactly right. Those are the exact artists that do that. Walk around with a bag in my pocket. I have over 900 instrumentals on my phone now, guys. 900 different instrumentals. Spy trying to get a bounce. Spy trying to hold 695.01 as support. If it holds, it can push up to 696.52. Danny Lamb with our first super chat of the day. Bro, thank you. Thank you, Danny Lamb, for the super. Thank you, Danny Lamb, for the super. We moving, baby. We moving. Money gang, money gang. Let me see SMX. Oh my God. SMX still tracking. SMX still tracking. Last time I called out SMX, it made this move here. It went from 15 to 40. So we went from $15 to $40 last time, which is a 162% move, but now we're in a falling wedge. TGL is bouncing. TGL is bouncing. Bullish divergence. RSI trending up. Price trending down. It's flattening out right now. As soon as that thing goes up, Danny, you get out though. But man, you might get rewarded for your patience, brother. Especially if small and mid-cap stocks go up a lot. You might get rewarded for your patience, Danny Lamb. DZ Mom in the building. Everyone say hi right now. Life is good. Life is good. Yeah, we turn up.
My name is Tim Lawson, and I'm the controller at Aperia Technologies.
Oops. GameStop is bouncing. GameStop is bouncing. Holding 2350. GameStop bouncing. I love the DZ fam. I'd be nothing without y'all. Band's getting tight, baby. You already know. Yo, McStonk, what up? 30 minutes till Fed interest rates. 30 minutes till Fed interest rates. Danny Lamb, thank you for the super chat, bro. You're like the backbone of this community, bro. You're one of the backbones. You're part of the spine. GameStop is definitely bouncing. GameStop is definitely bouncing, and we're about to have the Fed interest rate decision coming up here shortly.
JK, really? Eskimos.
GameStop. Check it out, guys. GameStop getting a bounce off the 2350. I told you guys that level will hold. Let's go. And AMC trying to get a bounce off of 145. I got my DataZero family shirt on. I think one other person has this shirt. I seen him. I think one other person posted a picture of them wearing this shirt. Shout out to anybody who has DZ merch. You are a true supporter and a true legend. Seriously. Anybody who has DZ merch, you are a true legend. We got to do 5 push-ups for Danny Lamb. Five push-ups, Danny Lamb. Thank you for the super chat, brother. GameStop looking good. SPY is losing 695, man. If SPY loses 695, we're coming down. Yeah, SPY slipping below. Even with green MACD, SPY's extremely bearish. GameStop though, coming back. SPY's gonna be headed down towards like 694, 693.59. AMC trying to hold though, man. Just holding that line, man. This is crazy. Got 100 people in the building, 100 people in the building. We have 8 minutes till interest rate. 8 minutes till interest rate. Most people think the rates are going to stay the same, 3.75, which is what the market is expecting. How is it live now?
In 2000 and was it 19 where we cut
started
3 times?
streaming 3 hours ago, so this is old.
Such a unique situation. It's not.
There's 3.3 thousand people watching an old Fed conference. I should be able to find it. I don't know why it's not showing up. Yes, POW is kind of being forced by Trump to lower the rates. But lowering rates is not good for us. That means inflation's going to increase. We're gonna find out here in a couple minutes. It's loading. We'll know here in a couple minutes. Hopefully I can find the speech. Normally I can find one that's like pending and I don't see anything right now. Oh, right here it is, right here it is. All right, so this would be the Fed speech. So we'll watch that live together. Four minutes till speech, or 4 minutes till rate cuts, rate decision. Three minutes. 2 minutes. Two minutes. Spy either pumps or dumps off of this news. Looks like it's ready to push up. Looks like Spy's ready to push up, to be honest. 1 minute. Then we have 30 minutes till pow. Vote now, vote now, vote now. What do you think it's gonna be? Vote now, we have 100 votes. All right, it should be out. It's 2 p.m., it should be out. Nothing yet. As soon as it hits, the market will react. 3.75 stays the same. 3.75 stays the same. I repeat, market 3.75. Fed rate stay the same. Market pushing up slightly off of the news. I don't think this is going to be mega bullish. I don't. Pop the drop, if anything. This is not good. I'm gonna tweet about it right now. Yeah, I told you guys this was bearish. I told you if they kept it the same, it would be bearish. We still have a Fed speech and tech earnings today, which could change things around. All right, lots of volatility, lots of volatility. The VIX is up. I think because of the technicals, it's bearish. It's hard to explain. Because the market was expecting it, and because the technicals show that we're going down, it means the technicals will play out, and the Fed rates won't affect it. All right, guys, check it out. Hey, yo, guys, check it out. The Fed kept rates the same. Now, the market was expecting this. It's at 3.75 basis points. Feds kept rates the same. The market was expecting this. We're at 3.75 basis points right now. This could be slightly bearish for SPY. As the technicals were calling for downside, and since we got what the market expected, those technicals should play out, and there shouldn't be any surprises. We still have a Fed meeting coming up and tech earnings, so anything could happen, but the VIX is up. As you guys can see, the VIX is up 2.25% right now. When the VIX is up, that's normally bearish for SPY. Make sure you guys like and subscribe for more, and we are live right now tracking all of this. Remember, we still have tech earnings and a Fed speech, so things could get crazy still. We're still trying to hold this line though on SPY. SPY is just Oh my God, holding this line at 695. If it's able to hold this support, there's hope. We have green MACD on 5-minute and 10-minute time frame, so it looks like it looks like what SPY is gonna try to do. And this is where I had it coming down to. If you look at my prediction, I had it coming down to the 695. What it looks like SPY is gonna try to do is push to the upside. But we still have tech earnings and a Fed speech, so anything could happen. It looks like it's gonna try to go though. Anything could happen though, man, and it's too hard to trade. Definitely money could be made, but guys, the volatility is gonna be wild. You have to do quick in and out plays only if you're gonna survive on SPY. All right, we have 124 people in the building right now. We are popping off. We are popping off. Already 700 views. 1 hour till power hour. This is the DataZero trading class, guys. This is the DataZero trading class. Make sure you, if you want it, $499.99. All 10 lessons, plus access to any future lessons. And you get access to the trading class Discord. All right, we're getting ready for this Fed meeting. All right, so AMC's holding the line. We're about to do this press conference here in 15 minutes. I'm gonna grab my coffee real quick, and then I'm gonna be recording that. Here, we're gonna be watching that at 2:30. Fed press conference at 2:30. And that's where more volatility can come for SPY. But right now, SPY is battling. It's trying to hold the line. I don't want to confuse people, so I'm deleting this smaller prediction here. I had this prediction all the way from this. We changed it yesterday, this part, to map out what was going to happen. I think we're starting to top out on SPY, in my personal opinion. I think we're going to start seeing it pull back. It's what the technicals are telling me. I'll break it down here in a second, and then we're going to get into the Fed. Andre, as long as GameStop holds 2350, we're Gucci. Yeah, FOMC, man, it's always wild. Hey, it's good for views, though. I'll take it. The view's been hit. It's crazy that tech earnings. It's crazy that tech earnings and interest rates all on the same day. Remember, wasn't AMC earnings on the same day as Fed funds rate and all of that stuff one time? Or wasn't it like that? That was insane. I think we had like 800 views. Like 8,000 or some shit like that. GameStop's holding the line, so is AMC. Somehow. SPY is slipping. SPY is slipping. It's looking like it's gonna come down to the 693.59. Or 694. SPY is slipping. Powell better talk the market back up. If not, we're coming down, I'm telling you guys. Yeah, hit the like button. The likes are low. We could definitely have more likes. If you guys are just tuning in, Fed rates remain the same. Fed rates remain the same. Waiting for this now. Which will be in a few minutes. I haven't even liked my own stream. How can I expect other people to do it? There, I just like my own stream. Dude, I'm a content factory. You guys have to admit the content's been flowing recently, right? I did 2 videos yesterday. Nobody can keep up. We posted the GME interview yesterday, which if you guys missed it, check it out. And we posted the daily outlook and prediction. Right here's the GME Fox interview if you missed it. This video right here. Thumbnail's been looking good too. I like what I see. This is a bear flag on Bitcoin. It's a bear flag. We're gonna drop back down. So we're gonna follow the fractal. Like, I love to see a little bit of green though while the market's red. Love to see it. It'll get people's hopes up and stuff like that. Yeah, SPY is topping, bro. Look at this shit. Look how tight the bands are getting. 2-hour red MACD. 4-hour MACD's fading. 1-hour MACD red, RSI dropping, below blue medium line, bands are tight. SPY's ready to pull back, man. And just the macro looks horrible. Horrible, dude. Starting to get this bearish divergence on the RSI. It's not fully formed, but red MACD weekly time frame. Daily MACD just went green. It's been mostly red. Monthly RSI completely overbought. It's at 78. It never gets this high. When it does, we see corrections. Look at this bearish divergence in the RSI on the monthly. Saw that right there. Amy holding the line. Oh, that's not Amy. I was all happy. SPY's trying to hold 695. gonna try to push up, but still so much volatility. It's just struggling so hard. It's gonna try to push up. I need lotion right now, and it's 5 minutes till Fed meeting. Yo, this beat is disgusting. Yo. GameStop curling up as well. We just got a new subscriber. 16,715. Thank you, I appreciate it. If you guys want to support for free, just hit that like button and subscribe. Hit that like button, subscribe. Shout out Danny Lamb holding it down, brother. AMC, SMX, TGL balance. We got white dotted lines for you. Should push up for 580. Once it breaks back above 580, you should see some movement to the upside. Record this bitch. Hurry. This. And then switch this to this. Test. Fed press conference, y'all. All right, guys, we got the Fed press conference, January 28th, after the rate cuts or rate choice. Rates stayed the same. Rates stayed the same, 3.75. Let's listen to this.
Squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy expanded at a solid pace last year and is coming into 2026 on a firm footing.
Rates remain the same.
While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization, and inflation remains somewhat elevated.
Unemployment's been high.
In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy rate unchanged.
Papa Pal pumping the market.
Our policy rate by 75 basis points.
He's pumping it. He's pumping it.
3 meetings. We see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward both our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the
GameStop getting a little bit of a push.
Weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government likely weighed on economic activity last quarter, but these effects should be reversed as the reopening boosts growth this quarter. In the labor market, indicators suggest that conditions may be stabilizing after a period of gradual softening. The unemployment rate was 4.4% in December and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. Total non-farm payrolls declined at an average pace of 22,000 per month over the last 3 months. Excluding government employment, private payrolls rose at an average pace of 29,000 per month. A good part of the slowing in the pace of job growth over the past year.
A lot of volatility, mixed bag right now, guys.
Due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, show little change in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.9% over the 12 months ending in December, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.0%. These elevated readings largely reflect inflation in the goods sector, which has been boosted by the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing in the services sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined
Any way to
from
spin
last
it.
year's peaks, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures.
This is crazy.
Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal.
Spy monster candle pulling back.
Policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. Since last September, we have lowered our policy rate 75 basis points, or 0.75 of a percentage point, bringing it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral. This normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2%, once the effects of tariff increases have passed through. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We at the Fed will continue to do our jobs with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
If SPY loses 695, it will dump. If it holds, it could push up. Watch that level. It's key.
At Associated Press, thank you. I wanted to ask that you attended the Supreme Court hearing last week on the
Trying to hold it as
case,
support.
and Treasury Secretary Scott
Lots of
Bessent
volatility.
criticized that as political. Can you say why you attended and what you would say in response to the Secretary's criticism?
So let me start with, I don't respond to comments by other officials, whoever they may be. It's just not appropriate to do that. I will tell you why I attended. I would say that that case is perhaps the most important legal case in the Fed's 113-year history. And as I thought about it, I thought it might be hard to explain why I didn't attend. In addition, Paul Volcker went to a Supreme Court case famously in, I guess, 1985 or so. So it's precedented, and I thought it was an appropriate thing, and I did it.
Great. And then just quickly follow on the job market. You mentioned last month that the household survey might be distorted, and you also mentioned the potential for overcounting jobs, which would suggest that we're still in a negative hiring pace. So do you see the drop in the unemployment rate as solid? And what's the basis for saying that things have stabilized? Thank you.
So, yeah, really two questions. One is, so we're getting through the
GameStop trying to hold key level at 2350.
However big they were in November, they're smaller in December. So we're getting to a place where they're no longer material. They're still there, but it's a tweak here and there. The reason why we changed the statement, let me pull it out, was simply, it used to say that judges that downside risks to employment rose in recent months. So we saw, data coming in which suggests some signs of stabilization. I wouldn't go too far with that, but some signs of stabilization. There are also some signs of continued cooling. And so we thought that was no longer an accurate description of the data. In addition, the outlook for economic activity has clearly improved since the last meeting, and that should matter for labor demand and for employment over time. So for those two reasons, we thought we would take that language out of the statement.
Nick Timrose, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've generally avoided engaging with political controversies directly, and the video statement on January 11th was a departure. What made this different?
Nikki
Are you
Leaks.
concerned it could draw the institution further into political debates?
So today I'm simply going to refer you to the statement that I made on January 11. I'm not going to expand on it or repeat it. So I'm just not going to. This is really about the press conference and the economy and what we did today, and some ancillary areas, but I'm not going to be getting into that.
Can you say whether the Fed has responded to the subpoenas?
I have nothing for you on that today.
Mike.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio TV. Have you
He's
made
asking
a
about them
decision
charges.
whether you would remain as a governor of the Federal Reserve? And if so, would you tell us what it is? And if not, when might we anticipate a decision?
No, and I really, once again, have nothing for you on that today.
Dang, he's not answering no questions.
Why would you want to leave it all under the circumstances?
Again.
He's not answering nothing.
There's a time and place for these questions, but not something I'm going to be getting into today.
Oh, man, this is crazy. They're batting 1,000 today.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thanks a lot for taking my questions. In another one that might, lead to a similar answer.
What the heck?
We've seen quite
What the
big
heck?
movements in the dollar over recent days. What do you think is driving the U.S. currency lower? And have you been at all concerned just by the extent of the volatility we've seen this week? Thank you.
So, Claire, as you probably know, we don't comment on the dollar. Really, the administration, especially the Treasury Department, has the job of oversight over the currency and exchange rates and all that. We don't comment on that. It's not our role. So I have nothing for you.
But what's your view on the market movements? What do you think behind them? Is it asset managers diversifying? Is it?
Yeah, I just don't. We don't talk about the dollar. We don't talk about what moves it around. It's just not appropriate for us to do so. Really, the Treasury Department has that. It's their role, their bailiwick, and we stay off it. We do monetary policy and some other things, but we don't comment on the dollar. Sorry.
Yo, he's not answering crap.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Obviously, no SEP in this meeting, but in light of the slight firming up of the language around growth in the labor market in the statement, should we assume that the timeline for any further rate cuts is pushed back compared to what people might have thought in December?
Well, first of all, if you look at the incoming data since the last meeting, clear improvement in the outlook for growth. The data have come in, and sentiment, the beige book, everything comes in suggesting that this year starts off on a solid footing for growth. Inflation performed about as expected.
Maybe he's trying to dump the market to get back at Trump or something.
Suggesting, we're evidence of stabilization. So it's overall a stronger forecast, really, if that's your question. I'm not sure I answered your question.
But in terms of timing or pacing of any additional easing?
So we haven't made, what we'd say about this was that after this meeting, after the 3 recent rate cuts, we're well positioned to address the risks that we face on both sides of our dual mandate, and we'll continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the incoming data, the implications for and the outlook and the balance of risks. Haven't made any decisions about future meetings, but the economy is growing at a solid pace. The unemployment rate has been broadly stable, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. So we'll be looking to our goal variables and letting the data light the way for us.
Steve.
Steve Leisman, CNBC, and sticking with questions you might answer. Thank you.
Good boy.
You had previously, I believe, described the current policy rate being at the higher end of neutral. And if you look at the longer run, the SEP and the longer run rate, 16 of 19 officials are actually below there on their long run. Is the Fed still in a process of bringing it down towards a middle range of neutral? And what would it take to get there?
So the count I did was that 4 of the 19 were at or above that. Maybe I missed by 1, but I thought it was 4. And if you look at the dealer survey, it was 10 out of 58 where we're at or above. So you're right. It's the higher end of the range. What we say is it's within the range of plausible estimates. This is the higher end of that range. But so for some people they think it's neutral. I think, and many of my colleagues think, it's hard to look at the incoming data and say that policy's significantly restrictive at this time. It may be sort of loosely neutral, or it may be somewhat restrictive. It's in the eye of the beholder, and of course no one knows with any precision. Is that, you got to follow up?
I get what you're saying, but some officials have described the Fed being in a mode of bringing it down eventually over time. Are you still in that mode, or is this a place to hang out?
Yeah, no,
Is this a place to hang
if you
out?
look at the SEP from December, most people had additional normalization. But at the same time, we've done a lot of the process of normalizing. A good piece of it is done with 75 basis points, and before that, 100. It's 175 basis points we've cut since we began cutting in September of 2024. So you've moved.
Spy slipping, guys.
3 point. The Fed funds is running just a little below 3.65%.
Bro, stumbling.
So you've moved a good way, and we think we're well positioned here to watch how the economy performs, look at the data. We're not making decisions about future meetings, but we do think we're well positioned after those 3 cuts to let the data speak to us.
Amira. Thank you, Chair Powell. Mara Mokway from Bloomberg News. To what extent did the committee discuss the possibility of cutting at this meeting or in March? And how are you all thinking about the conditions that would merit another rate cut? Is there broad agreement on the committee about what it would take?
So there was broad support on the committee for holding today. Broad, I would say, including among non-voters. So that's where that was. Of course, some people did want to cut and dissented, but committee pretty broadly for holding today. We're not trying to articulate a test for when to next cut or whether to cut at the next meeting. What we're saying is we're well positioned as we make decisions meeting by meeting, looking at the incoming data, evolving outlook and all that. And, we're in a position where, we still have some tension between employment and inflation, but it's less than it was. I think that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to employment have probably both diminished a bit. So, we'll be looking at that. It's about how you weigh the risks to the two goals and how big those, and quantify them. And so there are different views on the committee, and, we'll find our way forward as the data evolve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Has the effects of tariffs already moved through the economy on prices?
A lot of it has. So basically, there are many different estimates, and
how do you
they're
figure?
all highly uncertain. But most of the overrun in goods prices is from tariffs, and that's actually good news, because if it weren't from tariffs, it might mean it's from demand, and that's
actual. It might be from actual inflation.
Tariffs are likely to move through and be a one-time price increase. So most of the overshoot, if you
this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, bro.
You'd get, and you would, inflation, core PCE inflation is running just a bit above 2%, x the effects of tariffs on goods.
Yo, SPY is battling with 695, bro. We need to figure this out.
Services, you do see ongoing disinflation in all the categories of services. So that's a healthy development. So that's what's going on. The expectation is that we will see the effects of tariffs flowing through goods prices, peaking, and then starting to come down, assuming there are no new major tariff increases that are begun. And that's what we expect to see over the course of this year. If we see
100%
if we see
Canada.
that would be something that tells us that we can loosen policy. Also, if we see something that suggests that the labor market is not stabilizing, that in fact the downside risks reemerge, or the data just get worse, we'd have to look at both of those. We have a two-sided mandate.
If I could, if President Trump does pick a new Fed chairman before May, what does that look like? How would you work with that person, and what does that transition period look like?
I don't have anything for you on that. That will depend on Congress's actions and things I can't speculate on.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you for taking our questions. Care to describe risks to both sides of the mandate as roughly balanced right now, and is the next move necessarily down?
I'd say that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to employment have diminished, but they still exist. So there's still some tension between the mandates. Are they fully in balance? Hard to say. And we think our policy's in a good place. I've just discussed reasons why we might change our policy, and we'll just have to see how the data lead us.
I'm wondering, you a minute ago you said you felt expectations were consistent with
trying to hold the line.
The 2- and the 10-year break-evens have moved quite notably in the last couple of weeks, I believe. Is there any concern on that front?
I mean,
and we still have tech earnings tonight, guys. Tech earnings and after hours.
Market-based short-term inflation expectations have come way down. They were in a good place at the
Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla after hours.
And now they've fully retraced in the last few months. So that's very comforting. And the longer-term inflation expectations have remained in places that are
VIX is slightly up.
Over time. So
it's coming down a little bit.
Have been solid, and they reflect confidence in the return to 2% inflation.
GameStop holding key level of 2350.
Apologies if this is a little bit repetitive, but in the past you've said that the reason you cut rates was that the risk to the labor market was greater than the risk to the inflation side. Is that still true?
We haven't made. You're right. We saw the labor market weakening, and we acted, and I think that was the appropriate thing to do. We will always act to address what we see as the economy moving away from our goals. Risks to both of the variables are a little less. I think the upside risk to inflation, again, a little bit less, and the downside risk to employment, a little less. I just would say that I'm not making a judgment about how, one of them is more at risk than the other, just that the risks to both of them have diminished.
Okay, thanks. BIS wrote a paper last summer which concluded that global investors were hedging their dollar exposures in ways that previously they hadn't because of policy uncertainty. Do you agree with BIS?
We really don't see much at all about that whole story. There's just not a lot of data that suggests that there's much to that.
What do you mean? Silver's going crazy.
Anna Swanson with the New York Times. Can you talk more about what you would need to see in the labor market to conclude it's time to resume easing? Do you need to see further deterioration in the labor market, or would it be enough for inflation to soften?
So we'll always be looking at both things. And so there could be combinations, infinite numbers of combinations that would cause us to want to move. Certainly a weakening.
If you guys want to know, he uses a Bic pen.
But what's happening with inflation? If inflation were at the same time.
Powell uses a Bic pen. You see his Bic pen? He uses Bic.
Looking at both, clearly a weakening labor market calls for cutting. A stronger labor market says that the rates are in a good place. We'll have to be making similar judgments.
Are you guys bullish or bearish on SPY? Type in the chat.
Does pick back up and the labor market doesn't show further signs of deterioration. Is there a chance that you could raise rates rather than simply remaining on hold? What would you need to see to consider hiking?
We don't take things off the table, but it isn't anybody's base case right now. Anybody's base case that the next move will be a rate hike. But ultimately we'll do what we think is the right thing. But that's not where people's expectations are right now.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to ask, you've talked in the past about concerns about the U.S. fiscal trajectory, and we've seen in the Japanese bond market a lot of turmoil recently, in part due to concerns over their fiscal and long-term economic outlook. So do you worry that the U.S. could at some point find itself in a similar situation to Japan, whether for fiscal or demographic reasons?
Over time,
looks like SPY's trying to hold support and push up.
Remained they haven't moved a lot really for a while, but they haven't moved a lot because of what's been happening in Japan. So
it's trying to push up.
It's more of an over time thing. The U.S. federal budget deficit is, uncontroversially on an unsustainable path. The level of debt is not unsustainable. It's very much sustainable, but the path is unsustainable. And the sooner we work on it, the better. But right now we're running a very large deficit at essentially full employment, and so the fiscal picture needs to be addressed, and it's not really being addressed. So that's important. I'm not in any way connecting it to some sort of near-term market event, but ultimately it's something we'll have to deal with, and that in the end game, that's where you wind up, is in some kind of a difficult thing. But that's not where we are. It's not where Japan is either. But
yeah, no, the debt's horrible, bro. We're out of control.
Does the effect of your rate cuts that longer-term rates have overall not really budged that much?
I wouldn't say that. The thing is, technically, higher longer-term rates means less accommodative financial conditions. But remember, many things move longer-term rates. It's not mostly what happens on the short end. There can be effects of longer-term rates from moving our policy around, but it's much more assessments of the fiscal path and fiscal policies and risks and things like that move the 10-year around. You can look back at and find periods where we've been very actively moving the policy rate over the course of a year, and over the course of that year, the 10-year is exactly where it started. So there's not a tight link between 10-year rates and the overnight rate.
Elizabeth. Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who sits on the Senate Banking Committee, said he will block any Fed nominee, including the chair, until this investigation into you is resolved. Do you support this move by the senator, and what conversations have you had with the senator?
I've got nothing for you on that.
More broadly, what would happen to American households if the Federal Reserve loses its ability to operate independent from politics?
So really, the point of independence is not to protect policymakers or anything like that. It just is that every advanced economy democracy in the world has come around to this common practice. It's just an institutional arrangement that has served the people well, and that is to have a separation between
SPY has resistance
to not
at
have direct
695.70.
official control over the setting of monetary policy.
695.70.
And the reason is that monetary policy can be used, through an election cycle to affect the economy in a way that will be politically worthwhile. So this isn't, I'm not talking about the U.S. context. This is every advanced economy democracy of any size. So it's a good practice. It's pretty much everywhere among countries that look at all like the United States. And I think if you lose that,
Power hour in 5 minutes.
First of all, it would be hard to restore the credibility of the institution if people lose.
All right, wrap it up, pal. I need to get predictions, man.
Making decisions, only on the basis of our assessment of what's best for everyone, for the wide public, rather than trying to benefit one group or another. If you lose that, it's going to be hard to retain it. And we haven't lost it. I don't believe we will. I certainly hope we won't. But it's very important, and the reason it's important is that it's enabled central banks generally not to be perfect, but to serve the public.
You're confident
That's an
in maintaining
understatement.
that independence at this point?
Yes.
There's not no independence, bro. Stop.
That, and so are my colleagues.
Archie.
Stop lying.
Archie Hall from The Economist. On that sort of stabilization of the labor market question, how much do you see the weakening we saw over the past 6 months, year, as a kind of data mirage around
Shout out to my UK fam.
and so on that's now resolved? Or how much have we seen a kind of real underlying firming up in the state of the labor market, do you think?
Well, part of it is, to your point, part of it just is that
Dude, my leg itches.
labor supply, growth in labor supply has come to essentially a halt from a fairly fast clip of growth over the last couple of years, driven by immigration, and then the halt being driven by a very sudden stop in immigration. So many outcomes were possible with that. Supply came way down. It turns out that demand for labor also came down.
Here comes the Trump
a very
shit
similar
with
amount,
immigration.
maybe just a little bit more, which is why the unemployment rate has gone up. So I don't know whether that's a coincidence or not, but that's what's happened with that part. But if you look at other things, like, for example, just to pick a couple.
I know, Amy got me dying, cut. Why she hit 142?
But, it shows it's a survey.
We're about to
showing
dump
that
down if we
workers
lose
feel
this level. I told you
availability
guys.
It's a very low reading. Just one
Insta
reading,
dump.
but it's an indication of
Amy, GameStop decoupling.
people part-time for economic reasons.
Amy, GameStop decoupling, man. And I told the yes voters this would happen, that Amy and GameStop would decouple. And I told them they would hit 143.
That suggests that the labor market has softened. But you're right, part of payroll jobs softening is that both the supply and demand for labor has come down. Growth in those two.
This is what the yes voters wanted, though. Remember that.
That makes it a difficult.
They took our
time to
play and
read the
hijacked
labor
it.
market. So imagine they both came down a lot to the point where there is no job growth. Is that full employment?
I feel like the yes voters are the same people out there, like, causing chaos right now.
At the same time,
They just lost the plot.
Like that's a maximum employment economy. It's very challenging and quite unusual situation.
Thanks. And one more on growth and the kind of strong growth outlook, or strengthening growth outlook you're now seeing. How much of that is the fiscal stimulus we're seeing from the beautiful bill, the tax cuts, and all of that?
So you're seeing it already. You don't have much of the fiscal. I think the outlook, you're right. It's financial conditions, and it's fiscal policy for 26. But you've got strong consumption that's been happening before financial conditions have been supportive, but before the fiscal effects really are shown. So essentially, the economy has once again surprised us with its strength, not for the first time. Consumer spending, although it's uneven across income categories, but consumer spending overall numbers are good, and we're benefiting from the AI build out of data centers. That's another thing we're benefiting from. But the economy overall, the growth is on a solid footing. It looks like, and it's not just those things. It's just the consumer is filling out surveys that sound really negative, and then spending. So there's been a disconnect for some time between downbeat surveys and reasonably good spending data.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Christine Romans from NBC News. You talked about how consumer spending is uneven. The president calls inflation defeated and solved. The FOMC says it's a somewhat elevated inflation.
Inflation's not going anywhere. Why you guys keep lying about it?
Consumer sentiment surveys and public opinion.
We know.
polls
We
that show that
the
most
rent didn't
families
go
say
back down.
The cost of living is still issue number one.
Yeah,
What is the
well,
conversation around the table?
what are we talking
with your
about?
colleagues about how wealthier consumers seem to be driving so much of the economy, and why
And they're detached
so
from
many
reality.
families still feel like they just can't make ends meet after 5 years of rising prices. What is that discussion like?
So a couple
Because
things.
rich are
One,
detached from
there's
reality. It's all good for them.
In that, we know that higher income households that tend to own real estate and tend to own stocks, securities, and those assets have been going up in value and increases.
Yeah, they're
in wealth
rich. They feel
support
richer.
Spending over time. So, and that's clearly a part of the story. We also know that for some time now, for a year.
While
or
people
more,
don't have
we've been
assets
hearing
are
from,
getting poorer.
Retailers.
Key lesson, stack assets as much as you can. Even if it's just crumbs, stack those crumbs, because you have to build a base, and from that base you can multiply.
For example, that serve lower income customers, whether it be food or the big box stores or anything, they're saying the same thing, which is our consumers.
SPY is robbing premium. It's literally going sideways, just
They're
robbing
trading
premium.
down from brands, and they're buying less, and it's changing their buying habits and that kind of thing. So we're seeing that, and that is a reality of what we're seeing. They're still consuming, but they're feeling it in a different way. I would say more broadly on affordability, we have a vast network through the reserve banks and also through the Board of Governors, where we talk to small and large businesses and households, and so we do hear a lot about affordability, and we take that very seriously, and we take it to heart, because one of our jobs is price stability, and so the best thing we can do for people who are feeling that squeeze is to keep inflation under control and, frankly, to finish the job of getting inflation back down to 2%.
Which should never happen again.
As being positive for economic growth this year. I wonder, as you look at the weakest year last year for job creation of
Inflation's never going back to
2003. Are you concerned about AI maybe supplanting more entry-level work and entry-level jobs, and how does that play into what you're watching about the labor market?
So everyone, of course, is watching AI and the deployment and, trying to understand exactly what's happening. And there's a wide range of possibilities. It's hard to say. And, of course, anyone who uses it is amazed at what it can accomplish, right? So every technological wave will eliminate some jobs and create other jobs. And it's always been the case.
120 in the building, 120 in the building. Thank you for being
There will
here.
be some disruption, but ultimately technology increases productivity, which is the basis for rising wages. And it may not all happen immediately, but over time, it's what enables incomes to rise over time, is rising productivity. So and we always ask, well, this is going to be different, is it going to be different? And we don't know. And we may, in any case, see in the short term.
It is officially Power
jobs
Hour,
that are
guys.
eliminated by the capabilities of AI. We may see that. We just don't know what the overall effect is going to be. So how to think about it in macroeconomic terms, it's very hard. We can look at the aggregate data. We can analyze, for example, there is some connection, it appears, between the low hiring rate for recent college grads and AI, but it's not
SPY robbing premium, just trending sideways.
You hear large companies, though, many of them saying that they either won't be hiring for some time, or that they're hiring less, or that they're laying people off, and they
Oh
tend
my
to
God.
refer to AI when they do that. So we're all watching and learning. And it could
Todd
have
with the
pretty significant
5
effects on the
gifted.
economy, the workforce, and our society.
Thank you so much,
We don't really
dude.
have the tools to
Absolute
address
legend.
The concerns that may arise.
Todd
But we have a
and
lot of
Danny
people
Lamb
who focus on
standing
analyzing
solely on
it
the
to
mountain right now.
Try to understand what the macroeconomic implications are.
Legends,
which is our
backbones of
job.
the community. Thank you, guys. Todd with the 5 gifted.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Bayi from AFP News Agency. You mentioned earlier that on inflation, the broad expectation was for a one-time price increase and then for inflation to come down. And I was wondering, is your expectation still for inflation to start cooling in the second half of 2026? And if you could elaborate how far we are from target currently. Thank you.
So how far we are from target is, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we had 3%, 3.0%.
SPY does look like it's trying to go bullish, but I don't know how bullish it's going to go, guys.
What we had the year before. So on net,
Want to see GameStop hold 2350. Want to see AMC back above 145, or it's all bad.
Most of the overshoot was in goods prices, which we think is related to tariffs, and ultimately we think those will not result in inflation as opposed to a one-time price increase. Okay, so that's where it is. In terms of, you asked, no one thinks they will, ex ante understand really clearly, precisely when this will happen. But there's an expectation that sometime in the middle quarters of the year, we'll see tariff inflation topping out.
Are you even allowed to say that? Are you like a secret agent, Todd?
Put in place, we
I'm glad you're safe, though, dude.
Tariffs over a 6, 7, 8, 9.
Said sorry, I was in witness protection.
And then you can see.
Dude, I'm glad you're safe, bro. Are you even allowed to say that? We missed you, dude. Glad to have you back, brother, but that's wild, man.
Great precision in that. But, we'll be able to see whether things are moving in that direction. I think, we'll be able to see.
Okay. Just kidding.
Richard Escobedo.
Where's the secret agent?
Thanks, Chair Powell. I'm Richard Escobedo with CBS News. I want to look outside the U.S. about what's happening outside our shores and how it impacts the U.S. Canada's Prime Minister said last week that there's been a rupture in the global order, and I wonder how you're thinking about geopolitical risk as it relates to the U.S. economy.
So I can't comment on that speech.
120 in the building right now, guys. 120 in the building. I appreciate you guys for being here.
A lot of it is around energy, oil. And so far, we haven't, for all the turmoil, oil prices have come down, as you know, and so we don't really see much. Longer than that, it's trade, and the trade, the economy, our economy has pulled through pretty well, you'd have to say, given the very significant changes in trade policy. The U.S. economy has pushed right through. Partly that is that the way that what was implemented was significantly less than what was announced at the beginning. In addition, other countries didn't retaliate, and in addition, a good part of it hasn't been passed through to consumers yet. It's being taken by companies that stand between the consumer and the exporter. So that's where that is.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. With third quarter GDP growing at 4.4% and the fourth quarter expected to have a 5 handle on it as to what the Atlanta Fed is predicting, at a time when you had a government shutdown and we thought that was going to shave off some growth, you've also got the fiscal tailwinds you've talked about, big tax refunds coming, potential tariff dividend. How could you cut rates and not spur inflation in that environment?
Well,
this is DD. It might be boring, but we have to do it.
It would depend. It depends on
Staying
how fast potential
informed
is growing, right? I'm just asking in principle. I'm not, I'm not saying this is what's happening, but there's growth, and there's how fast the potential is growing, and at a time of high productivity growth, potential output is rising. So it really matters whether.
GameStop, AMC,
as actual output.
SPY, all fighting.
Over time. The numbers you cite were for quarters, and quarterly GDP is, you need to look at 12 months because quarterly GDP can be very lumpy. GDP was negative in the first quarter.
Top members in the building, Sunny GG, Todd.
Over the year, the numbers were nothing like that. It was more in the mid-2s for the year.
And how do you explain the divide right now between strong economic growth and the job market? Is it productivity that's filling the gap? And is productivity being driven by AI at this point?
So
what? How would productivity be driven by AI right now?
Solid growth, but what looked like a weakening labor market. And that
other than the bubble hype.
By rising productivity. But I would say we do see signs of certainly of the unemployment rate stabilizing. So it may be we're seeing the beginning of the resolution of those two things.
Oh
Also,
my God,
as
yeah,
you
this
probably
guy
know,
be talking
the
at his
lore is
ass.
that when GDP and the labor market get into an argument, in the end,
This guy is a master of saying a lot of things that mean nothing.
nonetheless, I think we may be seeing that tension resolving a little bit.
This is
Too soon to
crazy.
say with any confidence, though.
Misty Blue with the merch pick. Misty Blue with the merch pick.
Matt Egan with CNN. Chair Powell, after today, you have 2 meetings left as Fed chair. You've obviously experienced a lot during your time.
Spy
as
is
Fed
pushing
chair,
up,
served
guys.
Under multiple presidents. I'm wondering what advice you have
It held
for
and pushed
whoever
up.
your successor might be.
Honestly, I'd say a couple of things. One is stay out of elected politics. Don't get pulled into elected politics. Don't do it. And that's another thing. Well, another is that, our window into democratic accountability is Congress. And it's not a passive burden for us to go to Congress and talk to people. It's an affirmative, regular obligation. If you want democratic legitimacy, you earn it by your interactions with our elected overseers. And so it's something you need to work hard at, and I have worked hard at it. So, and the last thing is, it's easy to criticize government institutions so many ways. I will tell whoever it is, you're about to meet the most qualified group of people you not only have ever worked with, you will ever work with. And when you meet Fed staff, and not everybody's perfect, but there isn't a better cadre of professionals more dedicated to the public well-being than work at the Fed.
Thanks for that answer. If I may follow up, as I'm sure you've noticed, gold and silver prices
Bro
have
snuck in a
experienced
question.
historic gains of late. And
Hey,
I'm
he
wondering
just
how
said
much
gold and silver in the
attention,
comments, and he
if
talked
any,
about
you
it.
pay to those moves, and what message you may take from these significant price increases we've seen for precious metals.
Don't take much message macroeconomically. The argument can be made that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look
That
at
is
where
the case,
inflation
brother.
Expectations are, our credibility is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
He's worried about it.
For the last question.
Hi, Nicole Goodkind-Barons. Some prominent critics have charged that the Fed's economic models are somewhat backward-looking, but should be more forward-looking, incorporating things like productivity increases from AI. How do you incorporate current and future developments into your analysis and decision-making, and do you have an answer to those critics?
Yeah, so by and large, those criticisms, as somebody on the inside, they just don't make sense, and I'll tell you why.
Even if SPY goes bullish, I don't think it's going to go crazy because there's just a lot of bearish momentum.
Right, the summary of economic projections, and that's the basis.
GameStop
for
holding the
everything
line,
about the
AMC
economy.
142.
So, and the other thing is, what an economic model can do is it can grind up all the data for the last number of years, 50 years, let's say, and it can identify what are the relationships between variables A, B, C, D, and all that kind of thing. And it can tell you if you change one of those variables, this is what should happen in the macroeconomy. That's just the way it works. However, the structure of the macroeconomy is constantly changing. For example, we hadn't had a pandemic in 100 years. It wasn't in the model, and we knew it from the very beginning. It was not in the model. A trade war of this scope, we'd never had that in 100 years. And so there's great uncertainty at different points. Another thing I'll say is, when it comes to, technological developments that raise potential output, some kind of technological revolution, like happened in the 90s here and like maybe happening now with AI, we're all over that. And, everyone studies those periods, and, we're very clear-eyed about the possibility that this higher productivity may persist, and also that it may not. We're not. No one's sitting here unaware of the possibility of higher productivity. We've been talking about it for 3 years. It long predates the current situation. It's been going on for 5 or 6 years. We've had productivity.
We're at 115 likes, guys. 115 likes. Thank you so much.
It's very much on our minds, and we are well aware that higher productivity means higher potential output, and it changes the way you think about potentially inflation, growth, labor market, and all those things. That's all in our models. I mean, if it's just a question of using better models, bring them on. Where are they? We'll take them. But I think, we certainly are in contact with anybody who does economic modeling, and we're always looking to do better at that. But that's how I think about that.
And just a quick follow-up. We've been talking a lot about tariffs and passing through, and we've been talking a lot about them for the past few months. The trade landscape is still in a constant state of flux. Announcements, threats, negotiations, they're all frequently changing. So I'm wondering how you actually track these, what data or channels are most critical to follow this in real time.
Trade?
Yeah, the impact of tariffs and how they're changing.
Trade?
Yeah, I think our staff has done a really nice job on that, and they've kind of put it together in real time. So as I mentioned,
Spy robbing premium.
You can pretty much track its effects on pricing and on everything, and so you build a model up from all of the tariffs. At the beginning, it was very much of a forecast. Now it's every cycle that goes by, it becomes more informed by actual data.
It's a robbery.
And, our forecasts were not far off. What changed was, as I
Short
think I said
servers
earlier,
getting
what changed
cooked.
was what was implemented was smaller than what was announced.
Thank you very much.
In addition, we didn't see
you very much.
retaliation internationally, and I think people did generally expect that because we saw that in the past, and that really mattered too. And then the other thing is that pass-through didn't know how fast that was going to be to consumers, didn't know how much exporters would take, how much companies in the middle would take, and how much the consumer would take. And it turns out it's a lot of companies in the middle who, by the way, are pretty strongly committed to passing the rest of it through, which is one of the reasons why we need to keep our eye on inflation and not declare victory prematurely.
Yeah, because it's never going back to 2%.
We're done? We're done. Okay. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was January 28th Fed meeting. If you guys watched the end of the video, I appreciate you guys. This was recorded live. Make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe, all of that good stuff. So you guys heard what the Fed said, man. The economy's booming. How do you guys feel at home? I feel like this is just showing more of a divide between the rich and the poor. And it was kind of pointed out here in this meeting as well. That's one of the things that I took away from it. It just seems like the rich people are really detached, and they're driving a lot of this quote unquote growth that we're seeing, and the poor are just getting poorer. Lesson of the story, man, is stack assets. Stack assets. Knowledge is power. And if you're watching this, you're gaining knowledge. You're gaining that power. Make sure you guys stack assets. And I appreciate you. As always, man, have fun. Stay safe. Make money. Peace out. All right, guys, we got that little recording. Yeah. We got to post that right now because it's already 45 minutes till market close. So we got to post that right now. Spy trying to push up, spy trying to push up, spy trying to push up, y'all. Spy trying to push up. And then we have tech earnings tonight still. Spy has its next resistance is 696.52. And it looks like that's what it's trying to work to get to because it's holding this current support right now. I'm going to go ahead and delete this part of the prediction, but I do want to make a whole new prediction. slight bearishness is what I called for, and we did see a drop down to 693.94, and we did see this drop all the way from this peak here. Let's see if it can get some recovery. AMC might be losing the 143 or the 144, which means we're gonna drop straight down to 140, 135, like straight down. I'm sorry to say, guys, like I'm here for everyone. I'm gonna keep covering AMC, and I'm gonna keep holding my shares till zero. I'm here with you guys to the end. But I have to keep it real. I cannot be delusional. I cannot lie to myself. And most of all, I cannot lie to all of you. I cannot lie to my community. So I have to tell you guys what I really think. I'm not gonna sugarcoat shit. I'm not gonna be like, yo, squeeze when there's no squeeze. I'm not gonna say hope when there's no hope. I'm not gonna sugarcoat. If you follow me, you're gonna get the truth. I'm not gonna glaze Adam Aaron if he's not doing his job. I'll glaze Adam Aaron if he's doing his job. Right now, Ryan Cohen's doing his job, so I do a little bit of glazing. But I told you guys from the get, I don't trust none of these people. I don't put my faith in none of these people. The only person I trust is me and my due diligence and my research. That is all that I trust. That's the only thing I trust, and that's the only thing that's been guiding me through this whole journey of trying to stack investments, learn about the market, and make a little bit of change for myself. Because this is how the rich make money. And they're gonna make it with or without you. So I need to get my piece of the pie. I'm not gonna let this money be made without me. All right, Misty Blue trying to help us reach our goal. Misty Blue trying to help us reach our goal because we have a goal of 10 brand new members per day. And we're only at, I'll tell you guys what we're at in 1 second. Upload this video now. Bro, what are you doing? SPY is pushing up. SPY is pushing up. Resistance at 696.52. Misty Blue. Misty Blue, thank you for the gifted membership. We're at 6 brand new members. 6 brand new members. Lord Phlox. Hyena, Stockfather, Dap FOMO, Love Stars, and God Light Soldier just got gifted free memberships. SPY is pulling back here a little bit though. I want to see if GameStop can hold 2350. As long as we close above 2350, we're Gucci. DZ fam in the building! We need 4 brand new members. We need 4, but if not, it's okay. Don't worry about it. SPY pulling back, SPY pulling back, SPY pulling back. Guys, if you want to support for free, like and subscribe. If you haven't done it, like and subscribe. If you want to support for absolutely free, like and subscribe. DZ fam in the building. White dotted line. SPY's not dumping. SPY is pulling back now, guys. SPY is pulling back. GameStop still holding 2350 key level of support. All right, yeah, SPY is pulling back, guys. SPY is pulling back. It's probably going bearish as we thought it would. We did say a little bit of a pop here to pull back. I made this prediction days ago. Like and subscribe for accurate predictions on SPY, GameStop, Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. We have the Bitcoin roadmap. We literally called all of these moves out. We're literally calling out the bottom now as it forms. So make sure you guys lock in, man. Lock in for highly accurate predictions. Stocks and crypto, man. We got you. AMC is making everyone sad. We're probably going down to 140, like I said, straight down to 140. As soon as we lose the 144, it's straight to 140, 135. It's unfortunate, but that's what's happening right now, guys. I'm sorry. RSI extremely oversold on the weekly time frame. But sellers will get exhausted, but dilution's getting priced in. We have to do what we have to do, brother. They're trying to get us down for another reverse split. I'm holding my shares with you guys, like I said, but I gotta keep it 100 with you all. try something a little bit different for our thumbnail. All right, so the Fed meeting is uploading now. I've tried something a little bit different with the thumbnail. Oh my God! We just got a 20 bomb. Unbelievable. Remember, guys, hardest working YouTuber. We're literally uploading a video right now, making thumbnails, making descriptions. Like, we're doing everything, guys. We're running all of this by ourselves. So when you guys see me on the phone and stuff like that, that's because I'm making edits, I'm answering comments, I'm writing descriptions. I do apologize, but hey, we gotta keep the content flowing. Gotta keep the content flowing to keep the channel going. Without the content, there is no channel. I'm banking on gold and silver. Yes, gold and silver. Stack assets, man. Gold, silver, Bitcoin, XRP, GameStop, AMC, stocks, crypto. Stack assets, brother. Stack assets. Every day we hustling. Facts. Thank you, Todd, for the massive 20 bomb, bro. One-man show behind the scenes, but I couldn't do it without you guys. Like, I'm behind the scenes, one-man show, but we couldn't do it without the mods, without all the support, without everyone helping. So thank you guys so much. Todd with the 20 bomb. Bleeding profusely, bro. That's wild work when I say that, right? Hopefully this video gets uploaded shortly. It's still taking a while, and I have to make another video and upload that. We did 2 videos yesterday and 2 videos today, man. It's crazy. We have about 15 minutes remaining. 15 minutes remaining. $124 likes. We were about to hit 125 likes. 6 brand new members. And the 20 bombers. Thank you, dude. 20 bomb is huge. We need AMC to go up, dude. But it's going straight to 140 like I said it would. Once we lost 143, that's straight to 140. And it might even go to 135. As soon as the stream's over, I can upload it online. I think I should move that to the top. Leave it there. GameStop holding key level of 2350. And this is where I told you guys in the video we should find a bottom. SPY dumping back down. SPY dumping back down, and we have tech earnings and after hours. So what I'll probably do is I'll let after hours play it just a little bit to see how tech earnings play out, and then I'll make the video. Might actually have to make the video not live today. We'll see how things go. Who the hell is Titty, bro? I'm okay, honestly. Honestly, I'm okay with AMC continuing to dip. I mean, when AMC did launch, it was at a new all-time low when it launched last time. Actually, both times it actually launched, it was at all-time lows. 2024 launch was all-time low. Right here when we hit this all-time low, it launched, and then obviously way back in the beginning, we hit this all-time low and then launched. In order for it to go back to the previous squeeze prices though, the stock would have to go over to $393. called the Federal Reserve. That's so funny. What they reserve to print money? The reserve is just printing money. GameStop pushing up off of 2350. Bullish, baby. Bullish! SPY fading, y'all. Tech earnings either save SPY or dumps it. And we're about to see, and I think tech earnings might actually be bad. That's why I said bearish overall, y'all. I said bearish overall for a reason. We're gonna see though. Tech earnings either saves us or slays us. 105 in the building right now. 105 in the building. If you want to support for free, just hit that like button and subscribe. Hit that like button and subscribe. And drop some rockets if you want to see GameStop push away from the key level of 23.15. Because if we do, we're bullish and we're going back to 23.80, $24, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for 129 likes. Incredible. DZ, when did I become a non-member? If you got gifted a membership, it only lasts for a month. If you buy a membership, it's $2.99 a month. But I still appreciate you being here every day, bro. Members get access to like videos, some videos early. They get access to the badge. They get the green name in chat. They can use these. But you're all DZ fam. Always. If you subscribe, you're DZ fam. Oh my God. We reached our goal. We reached our goal. Aiden Faithfulness, Po Boy, Lucky Duck, Plumbing. You guys just got gifted. Todd with another 5 gifted, putting us at 11. I repeat, 11 brand new members, ladies and gentlemen. Todd putting us at 11 brand new members, helping us reach our goal. AMC and GameStop may have decoupled for real. I'm not even joking. I told you guys though, I told the yes voters, I should say, that AMC and Genie would decouple and it would go to 143. Well, it went to 143 and it decoupled. Because this is different now. Look at GameStop. Look at Amy, bro. It truly decoupled. Truly, and it's sad. They used to ride together every day, and they truly have decoupled. Not saying that AMC can't get some sympathy play off of GameStop. I don't think that's the case. I still think that can happen, but they truly decoupled. It's insanity, guys. GameStop getting a nice push here in the close. Drop some rockets, y'all. Drop some rockets. GameStop 2371. AMC getting a little bit of a bounce as well, a little bit of sympathy. We were just talking about that. SPY trying to push up. GameStop looking impressive though. That puts us at 11 brand new members. Thank you, dude. Todd, you're a legend. 1,200 views. So I did kind of more of a streamer thumbnail for the FedPal video. We'll see how that does. The FedPal videos normally just get a little bit of views, but I still like to record it for people that have work and miss it. They can't tune in during the stream. Normally it gets anywhere from like 100 to 300 views. I more or less record it more for the people. Three minutes remaining. Lion of All Trades is live right now, guys. Dang, I feel bad. I feel like I took some of his views because he had 6 people, and then I went live, it went down. I feel bad. I think they not fully decoupled, but they definitely don't move together the same way that they did. That's a fact. And I started noticing it like 3 months ago. But yeah, it's a fact that they do not move like together like they used to. it's 100% a fact. I would love for that to be not true, but I'd be lying. And I started noticing it 3 months ago. So AMC bounce, switch straight down to 141, then bounce. After losing support. There might be a hope that we actually get back above because RSI is oversold. It's very, very low and it's oversold on multiple time frames. Amy is trying to bounce. All right, that is it. Market is closed, 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 market is closed. Todd, thank you so much for helping us reach our goal, and Misty Blue. We try to get at least 10 new members a day. I know that can't always be done, but we try. We grind for YouTube. So shout out Todd, absolutely going crazy, helping us reach that 20 bomb goal as well. Danny Lamb, backbone of the community, and Misty Blue with the merch pick as well. Thank you. Anyone who got merch, you guys are real. Some of the realest. Thank you guys for everything. This was your daily live stream. DataZero, baby. You already know what it is. Tech earnings coming up now. We have unbelievable. A surprise. 5 gifted from Fishy Friends as well. Unbelievable. A surprise 5 gifted. Another 5 gifted from Fishy Friends. Thank you for the surprise 5. So that puts us at what? 16. Yeah, the views have been going back up. Views have definitely been going back up. 1,200 views. 129 likes. 16 brand new members is insane. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Shout out Zelly, Banna for modding, Black for modding. Spy dumping, bearishness. Spy dumping for tech earnings, bearishness. What did I say? Don't gas me up, though. Don't gas me up. Don't gas me up. Spy dumping for tech earnings as expected. Don't gas me up. Woo! Adam Aaron killed AMC. Yes, he really did. That's not a joke. That's serious. This is Microsoft. So Amazon's down, Microsoft's down 7%, guys. Microsoft getting slaughtered. Meta getting slaughtered. They invested in the metaverse. It's horrible. Meta and Microsoft getting slaughtered right now. And Tesla also down as well. All three earnings are getting slaughtered right now, and SPY is just dying. So, there you have it. Very risky to play it, but I did say downside when it's all said and done. Downside. I said it in yesterday's video, and I said, hey, I could be extremely wrong, and you could get your face ripped off. I had warned everyone, of course. But bearish is what I was saying, the technicals. And technicals will always tell you what's going to happen before it happens. Before the news even. It doesn't matter what the news is. Technicals, if you know how to read them, will tell you what's going to happen. The news is just the catalyst that makes the technical play out. It's crazy how it works. It's crazy how it works. The news will literally just fit the narrative to make, like, if you have bearish technicals, the news will come out and be bearish. But if you have bullish technicals, the news will come out and be bullish. I think it's all scripted or something. Yeah, the metaverse was horrible for Meta. They had like 0 users. So Meta's down, seeing some recovery, but still down 1.5%. Microsoft is down 7% right now, guys. And Tesla is slightly down, hitting a low of 425.25. And SPY is feeling it. Bearish. AMC and GameStop are holding up though. AMC, look at that shit. Look at Amy. Look at fucking Amy, yo. I don't know what level SPY will be at, but I know it's roughly gonna do something like this. I don't know what levels it's gonna end up at. So SPY is gonna be a little bit harder, and we have PPI on Friday, and we have tech earnings on Thursday. Cost of bar is rising on Amy, and it's ironic that cost of bar is rising right when they need liquidity. Alright, I'm gonna let the Fed or SPY go for a little bit, and then I'm gonna make my video. SPY is recovering though, SPY is recovering. Because Meta's recovering. So yeah, we need to wait a little bit to see what happens with SPY. Microsoft's still down. Overall, I still think SPY is going to be bearish. I don't care what any of this says. It's just causing volatility. I think overall we're coming down. Yeah, I don't care what any of this says. I think overall we're coming down. GME's about to full recover. Back to the upside. Alright, we're gonna let SPY play out for a few more minutes, and then I'll make my video. MSFT, Microsoft is down 4.5%. Meta is up 4.5%. And Tesla's up 3%. Now, Microsoft down. Meta's at 3.78% up. Microsoft is down 4.12%. Tesla's up 3.16%. Shout out Fishy Friends, Todd, Misty Blue, Danny Lamb. SPY's gonna recover a little bit, but I think ultimately it's still coming down. I could be wrong, but I've been pretty on point lately. Obviously, I could always be wrong. You're gonna see one more pop to the upside and it's gonna just drop down. That's what I think. We're not seeing what we need to see to push it up over this next level of 700. We need to see stronger stocks. Microsoft was down. Meta was up. Tesla was up. I guess I should post about that. And then make the video. How is there still 80 people watching? Holy smokes. Meta's up 5.15%. Microsoft is down 3.74%. Tesla's up 2.5%. SPY is up 0.18%. So it could push a little bit higher. You could definitely see some major run off of this. So we're gonna warn everybody. But if we come to 700, I think we reject. And Apple earnings is gonna have a big decision on that. And even if we get another pump, this bearish divergence, bro. I got you. Thank you for the 2. TMC we might have. TMC would have to break 850 and hold in order to decouple from my prediction. If it breaks 850 and holds, you could see a pop towards $9, but if not, expect the drop down as predicted. Expect the drop down as predicted. You must break and hold 850 or expect the drop down as predicted. If you break and hold 850, you could go back to 990. So watch the level of 850. It's a little bit of a stretch for the rising wedge. I just don't think we have what it takes, but we will see. I don't think we have what it takes to break 700. I think if we get the 700, we reject. All right, let's go. see. SPY might make a new high, but I don't think we're gonna break 700. All right, let's go. All right, guys, what is up? You are back for another video at DataZero. This is your daily outlook prediction for stocks and crypto. This video is not financial advice, should not be taken as such. Please do your own research and due diligence for buying any stock or crypto asset. We're going to be looking at the meme stocks, AMC and GME. We're also going to be looking at SPY in the overall market, and we're going to be looking at the cryptocurrency market. Daily outlook prediction for stocks and crypto, not financial advice. First thing we're going to be looking at here is GME. I want to break down a few things for GME. Just remember, guys, here on the macro, we're looking at this breakout of this falling wedge here. This is a macro falling wedge. We have this micro falling wedge we're breaking out of, and we have this double bottom forming right now. Now, they do have these sell orders here trying to keep us away from the key level of 25.27, because if we break above 25.27 or $25 even, you're going to see a decent pop to the upside, and that's why they're fighting us. Now, I did tell you guys that GME was going to be bearish today, and that's exactly what we saw, but I told you guys most likely we would hold the key level of 23.50, and that is also exactly what we saw. What we want to see for tomorrow is GameStop reclaim and hold, which we're doing right now, $23.50 and reclaim $24. If GameStop's able to get back above $24 to $24.50, that's where things could get interesting again. And obviously, if we break above $25.27, $25.01, around that range and hold that, you could see an explosive movement to the upside. But what I see from GameStop right here is most likely GameStop's going to be recovering off of this $23.50 level and pushing to the upside. And as GME holders that are bullish, that's exactly what we want to see. Now, there's been a lot of developments here for GME as far as the news is concerned. If you guys missed it, there was a recent interview where Smart Money is praising Ryan Cohen and going over reasons why GME is actually extremely bullish, like they hold Bitcoin quarter after profitability and so many more things. So if you missed that, make sure you guys check that out. I do have that video on my channel and here on Twitter/X. You guys can just click the link and go watch it on my YouTube. Also, Michael Burry recently disclosed that he does hold GameStop and dropped DD for that. I did post the whole Substack DD inside of my Discord, so if you guys have access to that, you guys will be able to check that out. And obviously AMC, with that going on, we have the box office doing numbers, Avatar doing numbers, and we have a few movies that are performing well. Ryan Cohen also recently bought shares, and there's been the approval of the incentivized program to get GME to $100 billion market cap and keep it profitable. So there's a ton of stuff going on for the meme stocks, especially GME, that shows that fundamentals are bullish. Technically wise, we're looking great as well, and I don't see any reason why, especially with this macro breakout that we're seeing here, why GME in the very, very near future won't be sitting at least $28 to $30. Now, of course, if GME breaks and holds the level of $32, that's where things could get absolutely explosive. And watch out for GME warrants, ladies and gentlemen. This is basically like a leveraged GME position. These things will go crazy explosive in value if GME is able to break back above the level of $32, because these gain exponential value at that level. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have to look out for things like this, because if you look at the GME FTDs, we are seeing FTDs go crazy here for GME. On December, the month of December, the average amount of FTDs per day were over 120,000 FTDs, ladies and gentlemen. And we recently seen this huge spike in December of FTDs, 2 million FTDs, ladies and gentlemen. So we're seeing FTDs in the the GME warrants, and that is extremely bullish because those FTDs will have to be covered, and it shows that liquidity for GME warrants are low, ladies and gentlemen, and that could lead to, which I showed you guys with previous videos, something called a potential double squeeze, where you see a squeeze in the warrants and the warrant price, and then we see a squeeze in GME's price as well. So just be aware of that, especially if GME is able to break and hold that $32 level. That's where things could get crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we're not there yet. Again, I think GME is going to be able to hold 2350 and push to the upside. We want to see it reclaim 24 to 2450. That way we're back in the game. And of course, at that 25 to 25.27 level, that's where things could get explosive, where we could bounce up to $28, $30 very, very rapidly. So keep an eye on GME stock. But as far as tomorrow is concerned, I think we're going to be holding 2350 and pushing up towards 23.79 to 24.15 and possibly hit those price targets as early as tomorrow. AMC did break down from the level of 144, 145, and I told you guys if that did happen, you would see AMC dump down rapidly to about 140 to 135. And we saw AMC dump down very, very rapidly to hit 141 and unfortunately hit a new all-time low as well with that. Now, not all doom and gloom for AMC though, as we are seeing cost of borrow start to rise. Again, it's kind of wild that cost of borrow starting to rise, showing us that liquidity is drying up in the background right around the time that they need the dilution. Every time this happens, and this is why I was so adamant against the yes vote. Not only did I tell the yes voters that AMC and GME would potentially decouple because of the yes vote and so much dilution, and then of course the fundamentals starting to change, but also I told them that it would come down to $1.43. Well, if you go ahead and look at price right now and zoom out for AMC, and I'm not saying they fully decoupled, I think that AMC could still get some sympathy play with GME, especially if GME ran, but you guys can see we're very clearly decoupled. AMC trending down, ladies and gentlemen, GME trending up. So some of our worst fears have been realized as AMC and GME are starting to decouple, especially as GME's fundamentals keep improving so much to the fact that smart money and hedge funds are looking at it as a viable investment and not a meme stock, which means squeezing these shorts on GME will be a lot easier than squeezing the shorts on AMC. And again, I'm not doom and gloom on AMC. I hold shares, but I have to keep it real with my community. I have to keep it real with my followers and tell you guys exactly what the charts, facts, and data are telling me. And again, it's not all doom and gloom right now. We're in very oversold conditions here on the weekly time frame. Sellers could easily get exhausted. Every time we've seen big moves up on AMC, it's when we got absolutely pummeled. You guys can see RSI hitting oversold weekly time frame here. We saw this big move up here. That was the last time we saw a huge, really big rally here for AMC. That was in 2024. And then also you guys can see here, we hit new lows before obviously the big initial rally that started this whole saga that some of us have been in for this whole entire time. So again, it's not all doom and gloom for AMC. I think AMC is actually going to be able to hold the 144, 145 level. I think we're going to be able to break above and reclaim this tomorrow. You might see a little bit of break above it, below it early in the morning, but I think what we're going to see is a clean break above 145 starting as early as tomorrow. And if we do hold that level, that means AMC will actually recover and start pushing to the upside. But again, we have to worry about that February 2nd dilution. They're able to sell shares up to $150 million worth of shares after February 2nd, ladies and gentlemen, and unfortunately that's coming up soon. And again, that's why I said it's kind of ironic that liquidity is seeming to dry up right around the time they're about to do a liquidity injection, which is them selling shares into the market, which helps the short sellers. And this is why I say Adam Aron is truly not for us, because selling shares over and over and over is not a business plan. And if he simply held HYMC, that position alone would be worth over $1.2 billion. I made a whole video on this, and that could have literally been a decent drop in the bucket for the debt, ladies and gentlemen, and would have looked very good on AMC's balance sheet. But what did Adam Aron do? He literally sold. So this is what we're looking at for AMC and GME. We're going to go ahead and quickly just run over some numbers and give you guys some info on that there. As far as we are concerned for short shares available to short for AMC, we're at 1.2 million cost to borrow at 0.66%. AMC's dark pool is absolutely atrocious today, 74%, 24.9 million shares traded in the dark pool. AMC's volume has seen a decent increase, and that's actually pretty bullish. And then you guys can see right now now. GME sitting at 3.6 million shares available to short. Cost to borrow 0.42%. They've been shorting on both of the meme stocks heavily. And do not forget about the FTDs piling up in the GameStop warrants. So this is what we're looking at for the meme stocks. Let's go ahead and move into SPY in the overall market. Show you guys what's going on there. Then we'll move into cryptocurrency. So this numbers could be a little bit different right now, but generally what we saw that Microsoft was down, but Tesla and Meta were up, okay? We're just going to go ahead and check on it real quickly and see what's going on. So Microsoft at current time of recording is down 4.65%. Meta is up 9%. That's a huge gain. And then we guys can see that Tesla is up 3%. And overall, what this did to SPY was drop it down, absolutely dumping it down to 692.50 and then pushing it back to the upside. So a lot of people are asking me what's happening next. Well, what I believe is SPY is going to have a brief rally, but I don't think we have what it takes to break and hold 700, and I'm sticking to my guns. First of all, there's a ton of sell orders at 700 waiting to take profit. It's also a major psychological level. We have earnings tomorrow that is going to affect a lot of things. We have Apple earnings, so we have to be aware of that. And then we have PPI coming out on Friday as well. So Thursday we have Apple earnings, and then we have PPI coming out on Friday. We have to be aware of this. If Apple earnings are good, it could push SPY higher. We could see a decent rally. That's going to be in after hours. What I'm expecting for price is a little bit of excitement pre-market, as Meta will probably rally a little bit higher. But then I'm expecting a drop down and a push up. But I don't believe that SPY will be able to break and hold 700 based off the technicals I'm seeing. We need to see a lot stronger stocks for SPY to be able to do that. And what I'm seeing here on the daily time frame, we're starting to see a potential rising wedge form. We are seeing bearish divergence, RSI trending down as price trending up. That means SPY will flatten out and correct down, which is exactly what we're seeing now. We also have that rising wedge. We also have a weekly MACD showing that we are getting bearish momentum building. You guys can see that RSI trending down as well, meaning momentum is fading. And we are in deep overbought territory on the monthly time frame. So all of these things are showing me that we don't have what it takes to break and hold 700. Even if we were to go to 700, we would probably see a brief pop above it and then drop down, or we would just hit our head on it and absolutely capitulate. But I don't, in my personal opinion, based off of everything in the totality, don't think we have what it takes to break and hold 700. I think we're going to see a brief rally for SPY tomorrow, but I think it's going to probably be a little bit of a bull trap, and we're ultimately going to see SPY make a pop to the upside and then start to pull back sharply. Some of the tops that we could see for SPY, if it is able to rally up, is 697.76, 698.22, and 699. And of course, that ultimate goal of 700, where I think that would be a top in my personal opinion, as I don't believe we will be able to break and hold at that level. So this is what we're looking at for SPY in the overall market. Just remember that we also had the Fed meeting today, which I will be posting as well if you guys missed it. Fed rates did remain the same, and I told you guys that would probably be slightly bearish for the market. We did see the market kind of pull back and then kind of just rob premium as it's trending sideways. But again, based off everything I'm seeing here, SPY is really, really struggling and just doesn't have the momentum that I think it needs to break and hold 700. So that's what we're looking at for SPY in the overall market. Let's go ahead and move into BTC crypto, show you guys what's going on there, and then wrap up this video. So crypto was relatively green today, but still overall flat. As you guys can see, crypto fear and greed still into that fear territory. Bitcoin dominance not really moving, sitting at 57.3%. Ethereum dominance sitting at 11.7%. As far as technicals are concerned here for BTC, again, it's still going to be extremely boring, ladies and gentlemen. We are seeing a little bit of recovery right now, but this recovery looks like a bear flag to me, and it means that we're probably going to be dropping down like the fractal says we will be doing. So the fractal is still tracking, and that means that we are still on track to potentially see a later half of this bull run continue in the later half of 2026. So around spring, summer, late summer, we should see BTC start to move back up and potentially create a new all-time high, as we are in an accumulation phase where we're being accumulated, we're forming a bottom, and then we're going to push up from there. So that is extremely bullish. It's extremely bullish that we are following the fractal. The fractal says that we would recover here a little bit, but ultimately we're probably going to dip down back towards that 80 to maybe 78K range, get a little bit of a bounce, then back down to those levels again, and then eventually come out of this overall accumulation range that's been between basically 80 and 100K, and then we'll start moving up out of that. Once you see Bitcoin break and hold 100K, that's going to be a sign that we are breaking out of this accumulation range, and you could see a decent move up. Once BTC starts to move up, and again, this is why you want to watch, maybe even hold BTC, because it is the top cryptocurrency coin. It's going to control other coins. So if Bitcoin pumps, altcoins will pump. If Bitcoin dumps, altcoins will dump. So coins like XRP will be able to move up out of their accumulation ranges. Right now, XRP, it did have this little bit of a rally here all the way to 240, but it's basically been accumulating between $2.20 and about $1.80. So it's going to keep accumulating between this range. If XRP is able to break and hold $2.21, that's a sign that it's breaking out of its accumulation range and could see a movement up. But in order for that to happen, we would have to see BTC move up with it as well. And of course, very similar story with Ethereum and then every other altcoin out there as well. Bitcoin's market is kind of stable, so you could see some random altcoins that are new or have hype pop up and do well, but the main altcoins like Ethereum, XRP, Cardano, ADA are not going to pump until BTC makes this move, if I am correct about this movement to the upside. Ethereum trying to reclaim 3K. If Ethereum's able to hold this, you could definitely see a movement up, but again, if BTC pulls back, it's going to pull Ethereum down. Once BTC does make that massive movement to the upside, if it does happen, I easily could see Ethereum hitting 5K. I could see XRP hitting $3.50, maybe even $4, ladies and gentlemen. So do be ready for this. I think we're in accumulation, and this is a great time to buy cryptocurrency based off everything I'm seeing here, in my personal opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your daily outlook of prediction for stocks and crypto. If you found this video informative, please drop a like, leave a comment down below, subscribe, all of that good YouTuber stuff. I appreciate you guys. The support's been absolutely crazy. The channel's been going crazy. Also, make sure you guys keep an eye on gold, silver, precious metals, great things to stack long term. They're seeing absolutely insane gains. Silver at $116.75 at time of recording and counting, ladies and gentlemen. This thing could continue to keep going, and things are definitely getting crazy as we are in historical times in the market. I have a merch store if you guys want to check it out and support the channel in a different way, but if you don't want to do any of that, make sure you do this most of all. Make sure you have fun, stay safe, make money. Peace out, fam. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and get this video uploaded, get everything edited, get the Fed video uploaded, and rock out. So I will see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys so much. As always, family, have fun, stay safe, make money. Peace. Thank you guys for another successful stream. I would be nothing without you guys. The ones that come through every day, show love. Thank you. Much love, DZ fam. And we just got another new subscriber.
campaign going on now.
All right, family, 5-hour live stream. Another successful stream. We have a video out for you already, so you guys can check that out. And we have another video uploading. So the Content
January
Factory
28th,
is in full effect, guys. Content Factory is in full effect. So I appreciate you guys. We're going to get on working on these. I have to make a quick edit to this video, so our job is never done. Thank you guys for supporting us. You already know the deal, man. As always, y'all, have fun. Stay safe. Make money. Peace out, family. All right, guys, we got the Fed press conference. If SPY loses 695, it will dump. If it holds, it could push up. Watch that level. It's key.
At Associated Press, thank you. I wanted to ask that you attended the Supreme Court here.
All right, guys, we got the Fed press conference. After the rate cuts or rate choice, rates stayed the same. Rates stayed the same.
Has continued to expand. Pace of 29,000 per month.
Fed press conference, or rate choice, rates or
people. The U.S. economy squarely focused.
Or rate choice, rates stayed the. All right, guys, we got the Fed press conference, or rate choice, rates stayed the same, or All right, guys, we got the Fed PESC or rate choice. Rates stayed the same. Rates stayed the same. All right, guys, we got the Fed PESC January 28th after the rate cuts or rate choice. Rates stayed the same. Rates stayed the same. January 28th cuts or January 28th cuts or rate choice. Rates were January 28th or rate choice. Rates January 28th rate choice. Rates stayed the same. Rates stayed the same. 3.7. January 28th rate choice. All right, guys. We got the Fed PESC conference. Fed PESC conference. January 28th rate choice. Rates were 28th after rate choice. Rates 28th after rate choice. Rate 8th after rate choice. Rates 28th after rate choice. 8th after the rate choice. After the rate cut rate choice. Rates stayed the same after the rate choice. Rates were 28th after the rate choice. Rates were 28th after the rate choice. Rates stayed the same. Rates stayed the same. 3.75. Let's listen to this.
Squarely focused on achieving
8th after the rate choice. Rates stayed the same. Rates stayed the same. 3.75. Let's listen to this.
Squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices.